Good evening. All right. Well, picking up from last night, we were doing our buff terrain types for desert, water, ice, mountain, and then for settlements independently. And I let Claude go at it, getting that implemented, and it did. And I have not reviewed any of it yet, so that's where we're going to start today. Come on up, Alf. Thank you. Don't be rude. Be nice. Okay. Thank you. All right. So yeah, so I let it go at it. It finished it all up. It definitely did some testing because I see in the database we've got a bunch of land block and region IDs that don't exist, and then we've got buffed terrain types for various things. Settlements getting set. It did backfill something for has settlement. I think these were the original IDs that we know have settlements, so it did end up backfilling those. And you can tell that it does independently do with and without a buff train type, buffing settlement. Did they get settlements? These all have settlements, yeah. So I don't know if it always gets a settlement. Let's see. Settlement buff. Let's see if they all got settlements. So if it's been buffed, ooh, one didn't get a settlement. Look at that. So interesting. So the edge case I thought about is not very edge. It can happen. That's good. I mean, that's good. I mean, I don't want it to always, if you buff it, you get one. No, I don't think that's fair. I think it should just be, you may or may not get one. Um, cool. So now that we've got stuff getting filled in there, we got to actually go review the code and understand it, and then we go test to see if it works for us. We can just briefly look at to see if we're even close. The where are you at, tool? One of these land blocks that is buffed, that's new. So we can do this guy and load that guy up. That's water. I guess 9 is water. I don't remember the terrain type. Maybe by the time we're done developing, I remember what the IDs mean. Yeah, 9 is water. Okay, so 9 is water. It clearly got buffed. Interesting that it capped out on water. That's why it stopped, which sucks because I can tilt my head sideways and I can see the diagonals of where it ran out of water. So, it's going to be the buff percentages, right? We're just going to have to play with them because we don't want that to happen. We don't want these weird diagonals because it was building in like top right to middle here, and then it was building the next one, and you can tell that it ran out right here. So, same thing on this side. Got the 400 and stopped. We'll play with those numbers, of course. They are database settings, so that's nice. So if they aren't working, we can come in here and go, all right, base spawn percentage is 0.01, and then the buffed base spawn percentage is 40%. Probably drop that a good bit. So maybe it's 1%, maybe it's 10% or 15% or something, but 40% is probably a bit high. So most of those are probably a bit high. So yeah, so we'll fiddle around with those. See how we do. But did it move? Is there stuff around this guy? The same thing happened here. And then it went away. Interesting. Is there anything left and right of this? Oh, queue generation of the west land block. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. It does say create versus move when they don't exist. So if I reload this, it should exist now. And now I can move west. And this got the buff too. And also ran out. And you can tell the different how it generated it because there's a land block on the east side of this one and nowhere else. I was okay, I'm gonna favor starting at the bottom here, build up, and then build up the rest of the land block from the right to the left now. So all those smarts are built in. Yeah, so our percentage is, I think, just too high. That's a lot of water. That's more than I wanted, but that's fine. We'll fix it. We will fix it. It's fine. The other thing that should have backfilled is sub land blocks and distance to nearest settlement. Don't know if this got. Let's see. If we look at sub land blocks, distance to nearest settlement greater than or equal to 0. We have values. We have stuff in there, and 6,500 of them have it set. Okay, so we have numbers. Are they correct? Don't know. This is saying 10, and the coordinates of this guy are 25. It's right in the middle. So in theory, this land block ID probably has a settlement in it. If we load that guy, yes, it does. It should no longer be within 10 of the edge, so it should be in the middle somewhere. That's almost, not exactly the middle, it's close. So yeah, so all of this stuff will have it feels like it was generated a long time ago. I don't think, I'm guessing if we look at the timestamps on these, right at 7/21/1850, this would have been last night at 7. Must have been a test that did this prior to things being buffable. Yeah, 7 would have been prior to things being buffable. That would have been 9:30 or so when it finally finished. So this was before we made all the changes. But it did backfill all that stuff, so that's good. Cool. Progress. So now we look at what it changed to implement what it implemented. Let's get out of here. Let's look at our git changes, and let's see. We'll start with the core. So land block. Where are you? We added in buff terrain type and whether the settlement is buffed or not. And terrain type, we add in a bunch of stuff. All those as I expected. World gen terrain. Taper depth is set to 5. That's fine. That's a constant on the subland block terrain generator. So we're getting some lists of various things, setting them up. Passing them in to our choose terrain type. It's okay, Alf. It's just the garbage truck going by. You're fine. It's not going to hurt you, I promise. Passing them in. Okay, so now we got some new things. So before we calculate our weight, if the min distance from edge of the terrain type is greater than 0 and is within edge exclusion, That's going to be a new method in here somewhere. Hard clap too close to land block edge for this type. Example settlement. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, so this is only ever filled in for settlement. So if we look in the database, we decided last night that min distance from edge, this guy, the only place it's set is here. It can be on other ones eventually, but for this, it's only going to be whatchamacallit, settlements for now. So that's the thing that basically says, nope, skip this terrain type. Just bail instantly. No reason to keep going. Because this is us just looping through each terrain type, figuring out what our candidates are. So that method we'll get to in a second. I'm sure it's further down here. Here's our compute weight, passing in our cardinal tapers and our buff terrain type IDs. Okay, so simple chain, not a big one. It used to just take straight up this, not the buffed, this guy. This is what it used to be there. And now we're just saying, oh, is this particular land block buffed for a particular this train type? All right, use the buffed one instead. Simple little obvious change. All right, scratch my arm. And then down here, we got for each of the cardinal tapers, so this is basically saying, did one of our cardinal directions have a buffed land block ID? And if the answer is yes, and it was of the terrain type that we are currently looking at for weight. So if it's not, we're skipping it. If it is, what's our distance from the cardinal edge? And then it computes the taper fade. If our fade is less than or equal to 0, skip out, we're done. Otherwise, the weight gets the buffed base spawn chance percentage minus the base spawn percentage times the fade. So I don't know that I agree with that, what it did, saying it. So the buffed base percentage minus the base spawn chance percentage. It's typically 0. And it's adding that to the weight. Oh, because we already probably put the weight here from resolving our weight, and we're just adding, we know there's a chance there's a base already up here, but then we just need to add the buffed minus the base. There's a chance it could be a little higher, but at least it's okay. And then times the fade, and the fade is compute taper fade. So we'll get down to that in a second here. And these couple methods down here, I'm sure. Compute taper fade is the distance from the edge greater than or equal to the depth, which is the constant that's set to 5 up there. If it's greater than or equal to 5, then it's 0. Otherwise, it's 1 minus the distance of the edge over the depth. Okay, so it's kind of, it doesn't put the full buffed amount. It's slowly, it's 100% at the very edge, and then it goes down to 80, in this case because it's 5, 80, 60, 40, 20, then nothing. So it slowly removes that buff as it goes. Okay. And then is within edge exclusion, we're passing an XY and the min distance. So if X is less than the min distance, or Y is less than the min distance, because that would be, because top left is 0, 0. So if it's less than the distance, then we are between 0 and, was it 5? Is that what our min distance is? Well, 10 is what we're going. So if it's 0 and 9, X from that's 9, that's 10 in from the left. and then 0 to 9 from the y is 10 from the top. Or the full grid size, which is 51, minus 1 minus x is less than. So it's just doing the math just to see if any of those are within 10 of the sides. That's just math. Basic calculations. And the distance from the cardinal edge. We're passing in the x, the y, and the perpendicular distance from xy to the land block edge, a cardinal direction, dx dy points at. So dx, okay, so so dx1 dy 0 means we move to the right one and nowhere y. So this is your east edge. It would be dx 0 y1 if it was south, dx negative 1 dy 0 if it was west, and so forth. So this is just saying how far are we from that edge. So we're passing in what our current coordinates are and then which direction via this dx dy. I did not mean to. No, undo. Unstage. There we go. I don't like that little pop-up. That's mean. Going under my mouse like that. They did it again. Don't do that. Rude. So then if we, and this just looking at what direction we are, right? So dy is less than 0, we know we're north. Otherwise it's north. And it's just again, just basic math, depending on which direction you are. And because we know it's either 1, 0, and the other one is 1 or negative 1, and vice versa, we can do these quick little checks. We don't have to go all the combinations. So cool. That all makes sense. When we described what we wanted to do, it always ends up being much simpler to implement than it is many fewer code changes than you would expect. So, all right. So this is the most complicated bit is the buffing of that, and then the tapering on the edge, and then the minimum distance. All of that implemented all of that stuff right there. That one file change. Here, we're just defining what a cardinal taper is and ice-water linkage. Interesting. So it just wanted to make something to go against. Okay, yeah. Whatever. I mean, it's one less place to define a string, of course. Okay, and then we have, so what are we looking at? This is the terrain type definition. Okay. So we're just putting that in there as a place to put it. Okay, and then this is the 5 new columns we added. And then this is the calculated one, is buff eligible. So that's where all 4 of those need to be greater than 0. Again, adding the 5 columns here on the converting it from a row to the data type. And same again here for the what we return, what's in the object. Nothing odd there. Again, are adding columns to both terrain type and land block, and that's it. All right, so now we've got some database migration. So we're adding the 5 columns. None of them are nullable. They all default to 0. These ones would all be integers. These ones would all be numerics. Yep. And then the down. And then for terrain types, for now, these are the 5 that we care about, where it's just going and setting all the values in there. So, and then down, it puts them back to where they were, interestingly enough. Glad I kept track of that because I didn't remember. And then we have this is just to write out the sequel, how that migration works. Yeah, okay, so set buff columns is probably those guys. Yep, okay. And then for the world level, we've got the 2 new columns on the brain. Land block, literally says it right there. A couple indexes just because we're going to be querying that quite a bit. So let's have them index. So that's good. Drop index, drop columns down. Up, define the settlement. And this is on the, oh, is this is the backfill. Yeah. Okay. So world sees, oh, connection string definitions. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So select all of our subland blocks where there is a terrain type, which is settlement, and it is not select one from settlements where settlement is. Select from settlements where subland locally is equal to the oh, so it's getting the, and it doesn't exist in the settlements thing yet. Okay, yeah, and that's going to be all of them, and that's just creating a list of ones that are missing a settlement row. And then for each one of those, we're going to go and look for an ID, look for a name, and then update the use count. You could probably do this in one. I mean, I know you can do it in SQL. I imagine you could do it in Postgres. It's not a big deal, but you could do the update and then have it output your. And I know, yeah, you can do this in Postgres. I saw an example of it. And output what ID and name it was that you just updated. So it's one single statement, but I'm not worried about it. And then insert into settlements the ones that we are creating now. All the subland block settlements that have been created. Update the land blocks where, with setting it to true, where the land block ID is in that list of settlements, because that's part of what we're putting in here. So it's a much simpler check rather than looking at all the subland blocks. And then here it's doing, oh my goodness, do I really want to do this math? Let's see. Settlement positions. So we're using some CTEs here. So settlement positions, select the X and Y. Okay, so this is the global X and the global Y of each of the settlements. And then we're just getting all the information for them. The candidates are all going to be where subland blocks, where X is not null or Y is not null on the region. Okay, let's just calculate all this stuff. The question is, I'm just trying to think through it. Is this handling cross regions? Shouldn't matter. Really based off of land blocks. I'm just trying to understand why it went to region here. It went to region because it has to for the global XY. This is always going, this feels like to me, those are always, well, they're joins. Those will never be null. Ever. Because every sub land block will always be in a land block, which will always be in a region. So that's, it might just be a way to, here it doesn't really matter, but I know like you can have things that say, hey, you have no where clause and yell at you about it, but that's never, those are never going to be null. So this is basically just going to pull every single subland block and all of their global coordinates across the board. So it doesn't care about regions. And then it looks at the settlement positions and yeah. Okay. If the distance is less than or equal to 25, then put it on there. Otherwise, -1. Yeah. Okay. So that's our backfill settlements. That's a SQL statement I would have not wanted to come up with, so I'm glad it did. I guess it also tells you what it's doing up here. I like to read the code and not just trust the comments. And then I can go back to the comments, see if I interpreted it right. Yes, very accurate. You would not want to do this at full scale. That's why this is. We will eventually wipe this database and start over. Like because basically what will happen is we will have a server startup task is what I've spec'd out, that when you turn the server on with an empty database, it generates the first region and every single land block in the region all at once. And that's your initialization. And then it just builds organically after that. So all the data in the database now is purely test data, and all of the stuff is just to keep things decent. So in a normal brand new stand up, this won't even do anything because it's not going to find any subland blocks. They just won't exist yet. Okay. Settlement name, select from. So this is claim SQL, increment use count SQL. Okay. Land block buff queries. Get elemental positions in box SQL. Hate this calling it elemental, but I guess it's fine. Oof. More math. Again, we're doing the global X and Y, where there is a buff terrain type of that type ID. Don't have to look at land blocks and regions time. It doesn't have to look at subland blocks. And where the coordinates, the global coordinates, are between the min and max X and Y's that are possible. So that gets all of them that are inside of the box of our current position, or the whatever position we're checking. Get any elemental positions in box. This looks for anything, and this is used for the general don't buff things constantly rule that we have. So it's getting that information. Getting the settlement positions. They're all this very similar things. It's just where any terrain type, they're literally the same query. It looks now that I look at it. This is a specific terrain type, and this is just for settlements. So set land block buff SQL, and then just updates the buffed settings on those. So yeah, okay, that all makes sense. We got here just getting more information about land blocks, and then getting the neighbor buffed terrain type SQL. So get the ID and the buff terrain type ID from land blocks where it's any IDs. Okay, so we're passing in a bunch of IDs. We know our neighbors just to see what is buffed already. Here. Insert. Oh, this is just adding settlements. Set land block. Having a settlement. That's obvious what it's doing. Recompute distance for new settlement. So update. So this will always run. I think. I would assume. Let me see. This only fixes up the land block being generated right now. Really? That's not good. Let me read if it has reasoning for that. Used to compute every cell's distance to nearest settlement during subland block terrain generator to generate is built from settlement rows that already existed before this generation ran, the land block's own brand new settlement, just as there's settlements above, can't have been known about yet. So its own cells, including the settlement cell itself, which should read 0, need a follow-up fix with this same land block. Only ever improves the distance and the where clause, never worsens one. Cross land block propagation into already generated neighbors is a known accepted gap here. Why? Who accepted it? You accepted it. I didn't accept it. Same category as would overflow existing neighbors. Forward only, same type cap. Handles our generated world state broadly. This only fixes up the land blocks being generated right now. I disagree with the cross land block propagation. It does bring up a point, though, in that if there are things about the subland blocks that were generated because, like any of the characteristics were generated because you were a certain distance from a settlement or you weren't near a settlement, those change if you update them. We could mostly not care about that and it just kind of be a little more, introduce a little bit of randomness to it. So you might be able to get a little, not have to go as far from a settlement sometimes. Since we have our 10 block buffer, there's a chance you can get to the furthest from settlement at 11 by going off the edge of that land block to a place that had already been generated. And it might be okay. So basically, it just means there's a chance that you have stuff between 11 and 25 that thinks it's 25 away from a land block. And maybe that the explanation, in-game explanation for that is that that settlement was just built in a more wild area. I don't know. I mean, there are places on this planet, there are towns on this planet Earth that you leave it and you immediately are subjected to uh, very bad things potentially. So um, maybe that's okay. I think having that, if I didn't have that gap, that minimum distance from the side for the settlement, I'd be a little more concerned because then you could potentially have a settlement right next to something that's never seen a settlement before, and that wouldn't be good. But now that it's pushed in, I think that's okay. So I will accept that gap, not because it told me to, but because I have justified why it is. Okay. We'll go with that reasoning. That's fine. It does overcomplicate it if we have to go with that because then all the stuff that's already generated, if a player is already in that thing, for example, then that's a problem. They shouldn't be because we'd be generating this land block well before a player got there. But it would make for some odd things happening. So probably not anything I want to worry about from a gameplay perspective. So get all terrain types, just adding some more columns to that. And then here, bulk insert sub land block sequel. IDs are generated client side, not gen random UUID. The settlement insert step below can reference the specific subland block row ID of whichever cell, if any, got the settlement terrain type without a follow-up select. I don't like that because now there's a chance that the random ID is not available. So that's a unique key. And then this fails. You shouldn't need a follow-up select. Where is, man, we're almost done with this thing. Where is this used? Find all references. Where is that coming from? A result from generate land block. Should see GUID in here somewhere. Hmm. Oh, is it getting reserved and that's it? Is that what's happening here? No. It's generating right there. Did this change? What file am I in? Land block generate repository. When did that happen? This doesn't seem to handle if it. Okay, we're going to have to talk, buddy boy. Because now you have two different, but multiple different sources of GUID, and that GUID only is unique for the hardware that it's running on, not across the world. So what if this is running on multiple threads, then or multiple containers, and we could potentially generate the same GUID on two, and then we have a problem. And I don't see one thing I don't see much of in here, which is a little concerning. Although we should be handling this stuff, it's a little concerning, but it's also okay. Then we shouldn't get exceptions, but exceptions are going to happen, right? And right now, I haven't seen a single try catch clause in here, and maybe entity handles all of that, but like this, if this fails, what stops it from just bubbling up a exception to the very top unhandled crash and just crashes? Yeah, we gotta investigate that as well. So that's two things I don't like. Now on the subland block side, I don't think it does that. This guy, I think when it just inserts in bulk. So if we look at references for this, tests here. This returns all of the cells. Crap. It's doing the same thing here. Hmm. We're going to have to work on that. I'm not too keen on that right now. Look at this last file before we go too far here. So this is the settlement names stuff. Yeah, so nothing crazy there. Okay. Alf, settle down. You need to back off today. You've been a demanding dog today, Alf. You can sit next to me, but we're not doing this demanding stuff today. Hmm. All right, so we're gonna have to work through those. The IDs are a little concerning to me. It generating them in the app rather than letting the database do it, because the database will make it unique. I don't have to worry about it. If it sends in something that's not unique, it breaks and it throws an exception. And then I got to also handle. Okay, I don't see any exception handling in here. What gives? Like, there's no way all of this stuff perfectly works all the time. I mean, it should be pretty solid, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be something weird happening. Like, if you have a blip in your connection to your database, crap happens. You have to handle network blips. So, um, yeah. Okay, so those two things we got to address. I think in general, what it's doing, like how it handled the buffing stuff, I think that's good. I think that all makes sense. I'm not worried about the logic. I'm just worried about the GUIDs, and I'm worried about the exception handling now. Now that I'm just noticing that there's none. Ideally, you check to make sure you don't have an exception and it doesn't fail and doesn't blow up and stuff like that. Like this thing here, like you try to get a value, if you fail to, it's going to continue. This is handling that unable to get the value exception automatically, and that's fine. That's great. That's how you're supposed to do it. But you still got to deal with the unhandled exceptions somehow. You don't want it to just crash. Okay, so let's work through those couple things first here. Um, how do we do this? And is it in this context? Did it change that? I think it changed that in this context, didn't it? Or was it on this file that we saw that? Yeah, so it changed this. The bulk insert got changed. We need to handle that. Nope. That's not what you guys need to see. That's fine. It's just my streamer bot, but get it off that monitor. All right, so let's go back here. And so I noticed you started generating GUIDs for the land blocks, subland blocks client side, but I have concerns with that. The client could be multiple different containers, which could then reuse GUIDs. The database is enforcing uniqueness, but nothing is handling when a GUID is inserted and it is a duplicate. It appears everything just breaks and throws an unhandled exception. exception. Get the letters in the right order. There we go. So two parts to this. One, can we not use return data from the inserts to get the GUIDs, the database generated back for use later? Or alternately, if we need them earlier in the process, just reserve them with dummy inserts and update them at the end. Update the rest of the data at the end. Are neither of those options viable? That would prevent us from inserting or trying to insert a duplicate GUID and not have to worry about how to handle it if we do. Second part is the seemingly extreme lack of exception handling in the current code base. I generally agree that your code should handle things well enough that exceptions are rare, but network blips and unexpected things can happen. I don't want an unhandled exception to crash the entire worker or API or whatever it is. Can you review the code for any suggestions on where we really should have some exception handling? All right, let's see what it does with that. Alf. All right. While it is thinking about that, let me get his treat and everything so he's not bothering me anymore. He's so antsy today. So I'll be right back. Puppy pee break time. Right. Bets on what it says on exception handling. Oh, it's fine. It doesn't need any of that anymore. .NET 10 handles everything perfectly. No. We'll see what it says. See? I'm right. Oh, man. I wish it was just better at it. I didn't have to correct it so much. But if I'm not actually writing the code, all the grunt work of it. So it fixed the sub land blocks one. Did it fix the land blocks one? Let's see. Okay, so it did this for sub land blocks, but did it fix the land blocks one? I guess it probably didn't. Oh, SQL. Where is? Guess this is this is a generate land block. You're still doing it here. Oh. You're right to push on this. I switched back to gen. I read the generate IDs back, and I build a local lookup from that instead of generating GUIDs client side and hoping. No more theoretical duplicate key risk. No follow up select needed either. Rebuilt, tested. Yeah. But you did not fix the land blocks. You are also doing the same thing with the GUID on land blocks in that. So we'll want to fix that as well. And please review anywhere else you are generating the GUID in the client instead of letting the database make sure we don't have duplicates. Howdy's ass. Alf just had his pee break in greenie, so he's passed out on the floor. Let's see. Let's read what it says about the exception handling. How are you? It's what, Wednesday? Yeah. I have no idea what day of the week it is anymore. Neither the API nor the worker can currently crash from a single unhandled exception in normal operation. I set the failing point to 500 response. In course job execution shell, I set the failing execute to that one job firing. All right. Oh no. Did you have to beat him up? What did he do that was so bad? Uh, Ooh, fun. I've had that feeling before, so I know exactly what he's going through. Which finger was it? It's a very special finger. It's my middle finger on my left hand. I did the same thing. It wasn't with a truck. It was with a knife in the kitchen, but I chopped that shit off too. But at least now I can use my middle finger and flip people off. And they ask, "Why are you flipping?" I'm just showing them I chopped off the tip of my finger. But was it his middle finger? Because that's the best one to have that happen to. Because then you can start flipping people off to show. So no, that's worse because that's a very heavily used finger, and then it will also change his fingerprint if he's got any fingerprint unlocks on his phone or anything like that with that index finger. That sucks. Ah, well, that's good. At least it's not too. It's going to slow him down a little bit, right? Because you can't carry things with two hands as easily because you're not doing the pinkies out like you're drinking tea, right? Now you're doing your index finger out, and that makes things difficult. So you could just be doing this all the time. All right. So sublime to execute. Outer loop is unprotected. Only the per request working side is wrapped and try catch. Log plus mark failed. Yeah. Just make him have it while he's awake. Just make him numb his hand and make him do it while he's awake as see how strong he is at not passing out. Well, it could have been a week not off work, and then you would have had to juggle work and that at the same time. So at least it's only juggling that now. could be worse. uh, Life loves to throw curveballs at us. That's for sure. Come here, bud. I know what you hear out there. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come sit. Come say hi to everybody. Come here. He's just a delivery truck boy. I promise you're okay. See? You just want to lick my hand and everything's fine. It's okay. Everything's okay. It feels like there's a thing going around with grandparents passing away recently. I know a coworker of mine, one of his just passed away. She was 96, I think he said. Um, so he's out the rest of this week and first part of next week for that funeral too. I guess they're all just said, "Screw this world, I'm out." They didn't want to make it to one. They're like, "Nah, that's too long. That's too long to be in this hellhole. Let me get out of here." Come here, bud. Come sit. Everything's okay. You're safe. You're safe. Yeah. Yes, you are. Come here. Oh, wow. Is it because she's got to go to somewhere specific that was already picked out and it's just taking a while to do that? Because that's, man, that's over a month. Stop. Come here, boy. Come here. Come here. You can come lick my hand. Come here. Come lick my hand. Come here. Come get it. Come get my hand. You're rude. Oh, so they're just going to be backed up. I see. Okay. Alf, can you fix these exceptions for me? Because all of these are valid. The migrator, the API, the couple things in hi. See, was that so hard to come up here and say hello? Was that so hard to come up here and say hello, Mr. Boy? Huh? Was that so hard? You're such a dog. You're such a dog. Yes, you are. Yeah, that's my hand. You're weird, Alf. You done? You good? Yeah? Okay, Mr. Boy. Now you're licking my shirt. Because you just lick. If there's something to lick, you lick it. Like the tomatoes that my neighbor rudely threw over the fence into our yard because they were rotten and they didn't want them in their garden anymore. And then you found them. I don't like that neighbor. That neighbor can go suck an egg. Because I wanted the rotten tables in my yard. Yeah, no, there's a fence. Can't roll them under it. It's a 4 board like you would see on a farm fence, but it's got the like a not a screen like you have in your windows, but like a wire wire fencing thing that's all along it just to keep things from going between the boards and whatnot, and Alf getting out. So yeah, they had to have thrown it over the fence. Yeah, this isn't the first time either. They did it. They did it last year too. And it's like, oh no, I accidentally threw it over there. You accidentally threw it over the fence. What the hell? Are you like a Looney Tune character when you're weeding your garden? You're just shooting stuff up into the air. Is that what you're doing? Uh, no, I gotta get the house painted probably in the fall. Once that's done, the HOA has nothing on me anymore. That's the only thing that they could potentially write me for because my some of my fascia boards in the front aren't looking great because it's still the original shitty builder paint. Um, but it's mostly brick on the front, so that they don't call it out usually. But I want to get it all painted. Once that's done, I will be reporting the big tree that they planted illegally. That's about to start touching my house that I am not paying to get trimmed because nope, not doing it. They're going to take that out, and I'll be reporting their garden as well because it's just weeds. Like you see a few little tomato plants in there, and then weeds just as tall as the tomato plants in there as well, and then growing outside and over the box and everything that it's in. It's terrible. And then they throw their tomatoes over the fence at me. So I'm like, nope. I know, I agree. I'd grunt too, Alf. Yeah. But we do have some catch blocks in there. Yeah, fun neighbors. Alaska is looking more and more promising. I was looking at our temperature map this week, just kind of keeping track of. Let me pull this up so it doesn't show my exact location and weather immediately to everybody. Wonder map. And when I look at current temperatures in the US, aside from this one, which is probably because it's raining at the moment, these are actually a little lower today than they were yesterday, but it's all red and orange. At best, mid to upper 70s. In places like it's 110 here, right outside of Houston, 111 here down on the Texas Mexico border. Um, there ain't nothing in the continental US that is cool enough for me in the summer now. So my focus, even up here in the Montana area, it's like I'd really have to live out in BFE to get even close to temperatures that are good. Like, yeah, 66 here. That ain't civilization. That just happens to be a weather station along a road that's by a river. There's no civilization there. I can't be that far from civilization. So my focus has shifted up to Alaska now because it's still 2 p.m. here, I think, because of time zones. It's 57 in Anchorage and 59 in Fairbanks. I could deal with that. Now it gets into the well into the negatives in the winter, but I don't. I'm fine with cold. I can put heat, make a fire, bundle up. I can stay warm. I just can't get cool. So this is Alaska is looking more and more prime. There ain't much up here. It's the biggest state in the U.S. and there's only 500,000 people that live there. But uh, it's looking more and more promising as the place to go. You can't even go to Canada. Like even Canada is hot as crap for some reason. It's crazy. Give me some more data points. There we go. It's just ridiculous how hot it is everywhere. And even these ones here, yeah, it's cooler here, but I think one of the reasons it's cooler here is because it's covered in smoke right now from the wildfires. Like if we look at the satellite, I think the fires, well, it's just got clouds and then there are fires with smoke. So it's crazy. It's ridiculous. There's no place that's safe from heat except for you getting close to the poles and living in even the Caribbean these days. Like, obviously, I'm not going to live in Cuba, but it's still in the 80s here. That's not like open your window and be cool weather because you're in the Caribbean. That's hot. You guys are lucky. You were hot, but you're not as hot anymore over here. It's also nighttime there now. You are also at 11 p.m. So it's not at the moment. It probably was earlier, but those are overnight temperatures, which is not great if that's your overnight temperatures. So, um, but yeah, it's just too damn hot. So, but yeah, it's the temperatures and neighbors. Because you go to Alaska, I will find a place that I can't see a single soul around me. No tomatoes getting thrown at me. No HOAs on my ass for cleaning the bird shit off the mailbox. Nothing like that. So yeah. As for the exceptions, yes, please implement all of that handling. Go do it, Claude. Get it done for me. And 10 degrees, your degrees are more than 10 degrees my degrees. So yeah, that's good. I mean, we were. Where did we get to today? Alf, please settle down. You are wild today. It's still sitting at 86 here right now. Feels like 94. With showers in the vicinity, supposedly. Just very minor little drizzles. And this is cooler than it's been. It's going to get back into the mid 90s next week. So, yeah, for air temperatures, it's stupid. It's stupid hot. I don't like it. Hate it. Settle, boy. Come here. Come here. You don't have to protect us. It's fine. It's okay. No. Come here. Come. Come here. Come here. It's okay. The cars in the street aren't going to hurt us. I promise. It's safe. You're safe. They're not encroaching on your territory. Our yard is protected. It's fine. I can't guarantee tomatoes aren't going to get thrown in it, but everything else is protected. Okay? Weirdo. Anyway. But we're getting here. We're getting our world generation done here. We're going to be really darn close after tonight. I have one little bit left that I'll probably do over the weekend, and then we'll get on to mob and loot and all that cool stuff coming up here. And not that we have graphics yet, we have colors, but the data is generated, which means we can make graphics for the data at some point. But yeah, our next bits, what is our next bits after we get this done? Mr. Alf, you're weird. Come here. Just come sit with me. No. Settle. Settle. No. Come here. So yeah, we start doing mob spawning, events, landing zones, settlement placement. Settlement placement where they exist is done. We'll be done with this, but the actual settlement itself isn't done. And NPCs. So no loot yet, but we're populating things. It's going. I mean, we're making it through our list. So we finished up defining stuff. We're working on our world now. By the way, my streak on your channel broke. I didn't realize you went live a second time on Sunday and there were no VODs and it's gone. So I got to 70. We're in the same boat. But yesterday we got a pretty good look at the generating going pretty well. So now we can have, do I still have one on clipboard? That is not a land block ID. So if I come back and pick one of these, well, no, I don't want to do one of those. I want to do one of the other ones. Where's my scripts? These guys. Pick this guy. So we now have land blocks this is all dynamically generated for like trees and grass and dirt and hills and stone and stuff. And then we'll be boosting things to get more water on there, or ice, or the R's would be desert if we so choose. This is an older generation, but it gets the idea across. But this is just saying, hey, this little block is grass, and this is just a color and a letter. But we'll make graphics for an actual UI and everything where it looks nice and smooth and pretty and not just blocky. But this is pretty much done. Like we've got the code in here now that will not put water and desert and mountains on every single block. Will dynamically boost them to have water in a few places, then it goes away, or then desert over here, then it goes away, and mountain, just to kind of keep things more random and realistic. Um, but it is getting there. This was a lot of this went quickly because I already had a proof of concept for this, so I was able to say, "Hey, Claude, go look here, make it work over here." So now we've refined it, so we've done some stuff to it, but it's getting there. So we get the world is generating now. So now we got to start populating it, and then we'll start getting into building things, a client that can start seeing things, actually having graphics, which is I got to start building graphics. I have an idea of how I want to do it already, but I got to start learning better graphic design. So we'll get there. But yeah, it's coming. We're in phase 2 of 6. I think what's his what Nico was asking yesterday, how when it'll be done, and I was like, no clue. I would say end of year was very optimistic because that's what 5.5 months from now. Probably not happening by the end of the year. This has taken where we've gotten to this point is taking us 2 months, and I had a lot of this already figured out. So we're getting into the part where I have none of it figured out. I just have design. Um, so Claude is helping. It's writing, it's doing the grunt work of taking my little incremental design changes and implementing them, but it's still going to take a while. But I think maybe by the end of the year there'll be a pretty good prototype running, but it definitely won't be ready for anybody to play yet. It's just going to be getting better. So okay, so it fixed my GUID issues. I hope it will be. I mean, I'll enjoy playing it. Worst case, it might just be me and me alone, but I'll enjoy it. Um, who knows? We'll see where it goes. I had quite a few people showing up yesterday in both YouTube and Twitch, just out of the blue. I don't know why, but it did. So maybe people will be interested. I don't know. Um, so yeah, we're getting there. We're finalized. We're like I said, we're phase 2 of the world generation, and then we get into the more to the other stuff, which I go do here. We got so this is what we're in now. Oh, we're almost done with this, and then we start populating. So we do all the mobs and events and landing and settlement services and NPCs and stuff, getting those in there, making it alive. And then we've already done this bit. And then we start getting into the actual systems of the game, travel and movement and skills and loot and gathering and combat and death and crafting and all that stuff. And this is the stuff, aside from a little bit of loot, I've got a little bit of loot stuff pre-built already. None of this has any starting point at all. So it's going to take a bit. But we'll get there. We'll get there. So it'll be fun, at least for me. It'll be boring at times, I'm sure, as I'm sitting here going, all right, I need 72 more names for mob types. the, those will be fun streams. I probably won't do that on stream. I'll probably just be doing that offline. My brain thinks of ideas best when I'm doing brain mindless things in real life. So cutting the grass, taking a shower, uh, on a meeting at work that I don't need to pay attention to, but I also can't concentrate on anything else, I'll think of this stuff and I'll just start writing it down. But there's a lot to do. A lot to do. Pooping. I thought about that and I didn't say it, but since you said it, we'll say pooping too. That definitely happens. I never tell the people at work that's when I come up with ideas to fix things or to overcome a challenge we're having, but it happens. um, but yeah, Claude said it fixed everything, huh? Do we believe it? It did find a couple other places where it was doing GUIDs I didn't want it to do. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Let's see if we believe it or not. Let me close this, get back to our changes, and see what it fixed. Yeah. Yeah. How dare you? Don't be passing no GUIDs in there and thinking they're going to be unique. Ah, yes, 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 yes. So connection drops, timeouts. If core answer to a network loop shouldn't turn into an unhandled exception. Use consistently across. Okay, yeah. So this thing says for the context, use the default retrying framework. What is the default retrying? Did it tell me what it was? Add to all, plus a manual exponential backoff retry around the migrator's one raw ADO connection. Okay, so it didn't tell me what the defaults are on that. So let's go do Microsoft. What are defaults on an entity framework? Give me your learn article. I don't care to read AI responses. This is specifically tailored to SQL Server. It is pre-configured with error numbers for transit errors that can be retried. Oh, well, so this is not going to be in that then. That's going to be in the .NET Postgres SQL thingy. So let's say that that's not going to work. So let's go back. What are the defaults in any framework for NP PG SQL package? Holy tiny text. Oopa-doopa-doopa-doo. Execute on failure. Configure context using the default retrying strategy, which is going over to .NET. What's its default? Alf settle. This doesn't tell me Bupkis. Possibly with launch. So this is just the interface, but it's not telling me what is this going to tell me? No, we're still just looking at the interface. This doesn't tell me what the defaults are. Here's a context, use the default retrying interface. Okay, that's fine, but what are your defaults? So max retry count, max retry delay, and error codes to add. So the error codes, okay. So you have to be injecting it somewhere what these are. Hi, Alf. Where are you going? Where are you going? Why am I rubbing your butt? Well, the back of your butt, not your butt, but the top of your butt. All right. I got to know what I want to know what it is. So I know if I want to override it or not. But it's not telling me what properties it's sending. All right. So we will clarify that with sources here in a second. All right. So we know that. And then here, that didn't change. This isn't going to change. This. I don't think anything here changed. Ow. Stop. Come here. Come here. No. Stop. Stop. Saddle. No. You're not helping him. You want your toy? Huh? Toy? Go. You don't care. Dang it, Alf. No. Ooh, he doesn't listen. I don't know what else it changes. There's not going to be anything in those. Not going to be anything. This is just our queries. None of this stuff should matter. Well, it would have changed potentially a little bit here because, yeah, it did this. So it did add a little bit here for not passing in and then doing, I'm guessing it was a return or not. Doesn't need it. So, okay. This one, we already know it changed. The subland blocks. And then in here, it changed that and returns the IDs now. That's good. Does it not set the ID? Guess it doesn't need it. Like, what was it doing with this? It just makes a new. Oh, it's just the. It's, I see. I see. I'm blind. Putting in the variable right there. Okay. Okay. And then down here, same idea. And here. Boy, it's the same car that was out there earlier. Don't sneeze at me. Come here. Come here. Come here. No. Don't sneeze at me. Come here. Just because you don't like the car in the street doesn't mean you can bark at it. It's okay. You're going to survive, I promise. Weirdo. It's still there. It didn't change. It didn't move. It's going to be there. Just deal with it, dog. Promise you're not going to die. Hey. Dog, 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 dog. This is all the new stuff we've already looked at. And then this we've already looked at. So then we know we added some stuff here. Basically just added the retry on failure bit. And then this needed something to handle exceptions. So what did it do? Oh, this is this new method I see. All right, so it's got a built-in retry thing with attempts. And what are our attempt maxes? Max attempts is 6 by default. Okay. And then it waits 1 second, 2 second, 4 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds. Cool. Ow. Hey. This dog. All right. That works. We already looked at that one. This one we've already, we added an exception handling here. Okay, so got it. If the batch fails, it'll just try again. Got it. A little cleaner, and then that's good. All right. I think we're good there. I do want to clarify what are the default retry options in the .NET PostgreSQL package for that. Just curious what retries we're looking at on that. Obviously, I can go see what it's going to do for SQL Server, but that's not what we're using. So, and then we'll do a little testing on the buffing of terrain types and see how it works. See if it works as expected. Well, we also want to go and tweak a few of our parameters. I think they're over buffing. I think we want to reduce these a bit. Because if we look at, I don't know which one this was. Let's see here. Add land block generation, request IDs, backfill settlements, add land block buff columns. That's going to be the definitions, duh. Set terrain type buff values, this guy. So originally they were a lot lower. Yeah. So we really should just buff to this original value. I think. Because that's what settlement did. We clearly didn't do that on the other ones. So that's mountain, water, ice, desert. Mountain, water, ice, desert. And Water, ice, desert. Did I basically double them? It almost looks like not really. I had more than doubled them in most cases. What did I say? Mountain water. What was over here? So I remember what they are. I think, so if mountain was 0.2, maybe we make it 0.3. And what are the max 400? We were hitting that number. Not letting me edit it. There we go, 600. Basically, what I was doing was 1000xing or 2000xing the percentage for max blocks. Water was 0.15 and we gave it 400 and it was still hitting it. I can see maybe this being 0.2. Maybe 0.25 on that. Not 25. That's going to be a shit ton of them. There we go. Maybe we do 0.25 on those. Man, enter 0.25. There we go. Make this 500. Not 500. And then ice 0.1. So maybe we make it 0.15. And then make this 300. And then desert was 0.15. So I think we'll make that 0.25. And 500. Save that. And let's see if that runs out of water or not. Everything else I think is fine. All right, what'd you come back with, buddy? I had to use it couldn't this wasn't documented somewhere, really? Reflection works, but that's kind of crazy how to do that. So max retry is 6. Max retry delay is 30 seconds. Cap on any single weight. Back off starts at a 1 second coefficient, doubles each attempt, 2 with up to 10% random jitter added, capped at a 30-second ceiling. So total worst case time spent retrying before giving up is about a minute. That's literally an MPG's own doc comment on the class. Okay. You can override. Yeah. Should retry returns true for these. Okay, this is what I wanted to see, was what kind of errors does it retry for? Connection failures, makes sense. Servers shutting down or unavailable, makes sense. Resource exhaustion. Oof. Don't ever want to see that. System I/O errors, concurrency, so serialization, deadlock, lock not available, object in use. Okay, so it loses a battle on a lock of some sort. And then any exception, a client-side failure that never got a server response, whose inner exception is an I/O, socket, or timeout, or another transient. Okay. A Bayer timeout, anything whose SQL state you explicitly add via the error code. Okay, so I think, okay, so it does have built-in ones already. Good. Constraint violations, okay, does not retry those. Good. Or foreign keys. Syntax errors, missing tables, columns, and it's a real bug rather than a transient condition, so it won't mask actual errors with silent retries. Good. Man, I wish I could use this at work, but just it doesn't support it. It just wouldn't work. How you doing, 60? We are reviewing all of the stuff it put in last night that we came up with for the terrain type buffing. We're about to test it and see if it actually works. So, but we're going through some exception handling and retry logic on database and understanding what Postgres does. Sleep is elusive. Yeah. I have set hours to sleep, and if I don't sleep during those hours, I'm not allowed to sleep. This is per dog rules. He will not let me. He is okay if I sleep between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. But if I go to bed later, he's unhappy. If I get up later, he's unhappy. So I have no choice but to sleep during those hours. And I don't always sleep during those hours. Postgres isn't bad. Yeah, he's on a timer. I swear he has a watch in his head that he knows exactly what time of day it is. I haven't had many problems. I haven't seen anything. There's some things I like about it. More than like I have heavily used in recent years Microsoft SQL Server. But there are definitely things about Postgres that I like more than SQL Server, and I don't think I've found anything that I like less yet. Um, I also haven't really. I don't think I've hit it in depth much. Like I've got a lot of different data types in here and stuff, but it's just your standard tables and data types and whatnot. I think one of the cool things that Postgres has is its JSON field type, column type, um, that it's native to. You can technically query JSON. You can index JSON in certain ways if you so choose. By default, from a performance perspective, you just don't want to query unless you absolutely have to. But you can. Like this table would be okay. It's got 12 records in it. Oh well, query the JSON. That's fine. But so that's a nice little feature. I like how its date times work. So um, and maybe the SQL Server has this, but I'm not entirely. I don't. I don't recall seeing it. I know it's got different types of date and time columns, but I don't recall seeing this implementation. Is that when you use a date time Z field or column type in Postgres, it stores it in UTC automatically. It just assumes whatever you give it is UTC. But then when it shows it to you, like in an IDE like this, or you can, however you want to format it out. If I find one of them here, hang on. Yeah, like here, like in this IDE, this is stored as UTC, but because my computer's on Eastern time zone, it's showing me the Eastern time for it. So it automatically converts to the time zone of the requester, um, if you so choose. So that's a neat little thing. That's a way, because like what we do right now for SQL Server is we have to say, well, this date time column is in the name of it. This is UTC, just so we're very clear as UTC versus local time. This is just, it always goes in as UTC, but it'll come out in whatever version you want it to be. But you know it's UTC without having to name it that way. I like that little feature of it. There was something else that when I was first setting this stuff up that I found that it was kind of a neat feature as well. What was it? I don't remember. There was something else that I thought was pretty cool too, on how it did things. But it's a date. I mean, like I said, I'm not doing a ton with it. I'm not using any stored procedures. It's all entity framework using the .NET PostgreSQL NuGet package for entity framework. So I'm not writing stored any procedures. It really doesn't have. It has a form of them from what I gathered, but it's not like your SQL Server stored procedures. Like you look in this and you don't really see. You have functions that you can put in there, but that's not really the same. So it's a little bit different in that respect. I don't know how it performs yet. I'm not for the Z. All I know is that daytime Z, you are guaranteed that whatever time you pass it, it is stored as UTC. There's no shot it's not UTC. How you get it back? Like I think if I go, I'm trying to think. Do I have in this admin program anything that shows a date on it? I don't know that I do. Where am I? I don't think I output the date anywhere. So like, is it still in my copy paste? No. Of course it's not in my copy paste. No, that's not what I wanted. This guy. I don't have any dates there, and I don't think I have any dates here either. No. I'll have to spit one out somewhere, but it I don't know, and let me just go look. Date time Z. This is so Postgres date time Z. Date time types. Where's Z? Oh, there's so many Z's on this page. This time zone's going to be in there. Is it daytime Z or is it timestamp? I might be completely misnaming the data type too. Let me just go look at should be under any of these really. Let's see dates there. Just using now. Where is find all? All right, close. Want a bigger fine screen, please? That's the character export. So like when I export it, like this was an example export, it's just putting the Z in there. So I think it comes back as UTC and then you do whatever you want with it. But you're guaranteed it's coming back. Timestamp TZ. There we go. Here's the actual. This was from just to spit out. So timestamp TZ. I was calling it the wrong thing. That's the one that I'm thinking of. So timestamp is accepted as an abbreviation for timestamp with time zone. Wait, really? So timestamp. Okay, yeah. So it's not that it's whatever you put it in as, right? It stays there. It keeps it. So like the timestamp Z TZ means you have a time zone, whereas it's an explicit type that you can use. It's what they say here. It's I wouldn't call it an abbreviation since it's longer, but okay, whatever you want, whatever you want to call it, Postgres. But yeah, so you wouldn't have to define the time zone here. It's just going in as it's a very clear that this is a time zone column, and then I know everything is UTC. I forget. I had a conversation, and Claude pointed me at some documentation that explained it really well, and I'm doing a horrible job at it. But it's just nice knowing that I don't have to put UTC in everything. So for timestamp with time zone values, an input string that includes an explicit time zone will be converted to UTC. So it's always stored as UTC. And then it'll store the offset for that time zone. If no time zone is stated in the input string, then it's assumed that it is in the system's time zone and it's converted using UTC for that time zone. In either case, it's stored internally as UTC, and then you can use it from there. When the value is output, it is always converted from UTC to the current time zone and displayed as local time in that zone. To see in another time zone, either change time zone or use the at time zone construct. So it stores it as UTC, but it always comes out as whatever time zone is the system that's requesting it is in. So not even just in the IDE, but even .NET. If I'm running it on an Eastern system, it's going to show it in Eastern. Obviously, you can override that if you so choose. So that's interesting. I don't have to worry about converting to my local time. I have to remember if I'm in daylight savings time or not, 4 or 5 hours behind. Yeah, no, I mean it's somewhere in the database engine is doing that. It knows what system time zone the caller is in somehow, somewhere in the headers, I'm guessing. But yeah, so that was kind of neat. I'm trying to think, look back at this one here. What other things in this that I find interesting? It's very much less verbose to define, like unique columns and indexes and foreign keys. It's very easy to do that. Like I can say like this references the terrain types table ID column. It's very succinct. I feel like when I do the same thing in SQL Server, it's just a longer statement to get that to work. Whereas this is just very simple. You can put constraints that are min-max values, not just default values in there. That's kind of nice. Probably do it with SQL Server too. I just never had a need for it. What other stuff in here that I'm not doing a lot of fancy stuff. I don't want to do weird, crazy stuff because, if I ever decide if this doesn't perform well, then I would want to, I could potentially swap database servers in the background, right? So, but it's for the most part, it's standard functionality. Definitely not like I said, the procedure level stuff. It doesn't really have stored procedures like SQL Server does, so it's different there. It's just fine because I hate everything being in stored procedures. So because the only reason a lot of times you use stored procedures is to make sure you don't have injection, but you can do that other ways now with just using parameters on your queries. So yeah, so I haven't had any problems with it thus far. We'll see how it performs though. It's the free option. Yeah, and if you use store procedures like they are your main code base, or you throw a bunch of .NET library custom CLRs calls in there, or you do a bunch of functions, or you just do a bunch of logic, then you're just the database server craps the bed. is all it does. We have slowly been migrating away from that. Our original architect 15 plus years ago was like, ooh, I'm going to put everything in stored procedures. And that just did, the system was not happy. So we've been slowly at least converting them into CRUD procedures and things like that. And there's still some. There's no getting away from it entirely just yet, but it's slowly getting better. I'm not an official DBA, but I feel like I probably could be one at this point. So learned way more about databases in the last 14 years than I ever thought I would. I'm glad I have tools now that help me though. Like it was all me just having to know how to query SQL Server to get stuff out of the query stores and the procedure statistics and all the different things in there, and finally got to the point where, hey, they're going to let us use it. We got a tool now that we can use to pull all this stuff out to a nice little website that tells us all about the problems that we're seeing. And I can now graphically show people this is why we need to fix this problem. Well, why did this stuff go so slow during that 10-minute period? Because your one stupid stored procedure ran for 10 minutes. Oh, so yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, and that's the other thing is like we're running with .NET. There's web forms in there, so there's ASPX in there. There are a handful of places where VB.NET exists, which is just I'll gag myself. And then certain services are coming up into .NET 8 at least. We've slowly been, as we can find resources and time to do it, we're slowly converting things to .NET Core, but there's still a lot of framework in there, and that's just Entity framework is not something our system can handle. It's the way it's written. It just doesn't fit into it. So we've rolled our own data access layer, which is decent. I'm not going to say it's horrible, but it's decent. It's not. It's smart enough to be able to handle caching of stuff when it can, and not constantly. There are a few things that still constantly hit the database, but it's decent. It's not horrible. But it's just that having framework and core, and then have to have this .NET standard in between some of those it's just a mess. So I'm glad I'm not a full-time developer on the system anymore. I'm more of the architect and automation and DBA, not officially DBA, but I am in essence that kind of stuff. But man, it is fun. It is fun to manage the system. It's a giant monolith that needs to be broken up a bit. So yeah. And that's where that's why like my brain goes to, okay, I'm not just doing this to say, oh, it works, it functions. I'm looking, well, how's this going to perform? And that's what one thing we were just looking at here. I was just, before you got here, I was going through the changes it made for the buffing of like water and ice and mountains and stuff. And I noticed it changed one bit where it was generating the GUID client side and then passing it in, but there was nothing to make sure the database was going to be happy that we didn't duplicate a GUID. So I said, and it was like, well, I did this because I didn't want to have to do the insert and then a select statement after. And this is just going back to Claude not knowing everything. Like, well, just use the returning, just like you can do in SQL Server 2, you can do it in Postgres. You can have, whenever you do an insert or an update, have it return the before, the or the after, or both values, records sets for the data you just touched. You don't have to do a select after. I was like, Oh yeah, that's a better way to do it. Yeah, it is a better way to do it. Um, and now I don't have to worry about you inserting a duplicate key and us not handling that and having to do it again. So, uh, all of these little performance things that I've learned over the years, and like I think there would probably have been a time when I looked at if one of these things had a bunch of CTEs in it. Which one was it? It was in here, maybe? No, this one. Was it this one? No. Where the crap was it? One of these things. Oh, it was in one of these backfills. Yeah, here we go. Like this one back in the day, before I did, I would say probably 15 years ago at this point now, I'd look at this query and go, what the hell? But at least it's smart enough to go, oh, if we use some CTEs here, it'll actually work well, and it does. So I'm very performance uh, observant. I don't like to see things. This is a one-time run script, so I'm not too worried about this complexity. But um, you're going, what the hell right now? Yeah, no. There's the what the hell. I don't understand the syntax, and there's the what the hell. What is all this math? There's two different what the hells that happen there. The syntax totally understand. The math I had to walk through in my brain. Okay, what is this doing? And then it turns out it's not that complicated once you start looking at it. But it's yeah. So this is just a one time run to backfill how far a particular sub land block is from a settlement anywhere in the world, up to 25 sub land blocks away. So that's what all these square roots and it's just calculating distance is what it's doing. So, um, so it looks really complicated, but that's the thing with SQL too is there were times where you can do this kind of stuff in SQL. Yeah, clearly it functions, but this is what kills your server is when you let your server do all of this work. In this case, it's fine because like if this is a one-time backfill script, it's actually probably never going to get run again because I want to wipe the database at some point and start fresh, and there's not going to be anything in the backfill anyway. But you would never want this to be running constantly, frequently, ever, because it's too complicated. It's chewing up CPU cycles on a server that are not necessary. Pull your data back and do it in .NET, and then push the updates to the SQL Server. SQL Server is not meant for compute. It's meant for storage and retrieval, and that's it. Um, Obviously, you have where clauses and stuff, but that's all storage and retrieval. It's like to get filtering what you want to see and what you want to put in, and all that stuff makes sense. But math, nah, that doesn't belong in there unless it's absolutely necessary. So, but yeah, so I have an eye for performance stuff. I will be measuring it. I even this morning for my real job, the first thing I went to was look at something I updated yesterday. I was like, all right, let's look at the 55s on the hour for the last 12 hours and see how they compare to the same 55s on the hour for the previous day, and let's look at how many milliseconds of waits we had and what our CPU was, and looking at all these little detailed things in the logs this morning for performance. So I am unfortunately in waist deep in that crap. So, but yeah. And then we also had to get Claude to do some error handling because it wasn't doing much. So we added some built-in retry logic and entity framework and the Postgres package for retrying transient problems. Like you have a network blip, retry. Like don't just blow up and die type stuff. So we just put some of that stuff in there. So that's what we've worked out. And now I think we're at a good spot. Did it build everything? Let's see. That was me asking what the defaults were. Startup errors. Oh, I did redeploy everything. Cool. So we should be able to test our stuff. Can't see it being necessary because the program should do. You're talking about like the retry logic, being able to handle transient network problems or like this is the kind of stuff that it handles. So even more than just network issues, like it could be a deadlock or it could be a disk full or out of memories. And I think on a disk full, me retrying it's not going to help the thing, but it could be transient because if the disk expands between the time it tries the first time and the second time it'd work, um, but yeah, it's just it is using the default. Like I didn't have to program any of this in here. This is just I asked it, okay, because you added this enable retry on failure, which to me, I think there might be a few cases that you don't want to retry on failure. So an example that I can think of that I think is actually happening in here. No, not really. It's just catching the exception and then letting the loop retry it. Is if you're in something like a loop where you're saying, okay, get me my next batch of X to process, right? So you run the query on the database to get your next batch, and there's some transient error where the network drops or the server shuts down or restarts or whatever is causing that transient error that happen. You don't need it to retry that query 6 times before it returns. Just come back, handle the exception, go through your loop again. Like there are certain cases like that. There's no reason to put retry logic uh, on your query, but most of the time it should retry. And I feel like it's backwards. Like to what we had to do here. If I pull up, where's the API bit? Like the migrator is an easy one to see it. So what it ended up adding was it added to setting up these database contexts for the dependency injection. It added in there saying, okay, enable retry and failure. To me, that should be the default. And why it's not the default doesn't make sense. It should just be the default. The oddball should be don't or disable retry on failure. That should be what I should have to specify. So that still feels like a shortfall of database connectivity, but it is what it is. But you got to handle it. You can't just let it go. So, um, so yeah, so we've got all the retry logic going in now, so it'll handle things better. Um, so I think now we can. Did I persist the changes I made to these terrain types? Yes. Question. I'm Bergen. Yeah. Okay. Let me restart. Where's this? Restart our server and worker here. Just so they get the latest cache of terrain types. And then we're going to come in and start up our admin tool. And is this Element's clipboard? It is not. Nope. That's not the database. That's the database. Let's start here. That's not what I wanted. I need to put it here because if I go here, if it says move, the land block next to it exists. It doesn't mean it's populated yet. So right now, this is nothing happening here. I don't think any of these original land, these are buffed. Like this, I think was, but if I regenerate it now, it won't be. So let me just do that. Let me regenerate. Well, it doesn't matter. And then there's nothing south of it, north, nothing east of it there, nothing west. I just want to see what's around me here. I don't think there's anything west or east of this guy. Nope. Just a north one here, nothing east, nothing west. Yeah, well, this is an old one that not from last night. Yeah, it definitely looks better than once we get it going. It's going to be nothing east, nothing west. I just want to see where I'm at on. Okay, nothing north. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. We got 4 in a row here, and none of these I think are buff because this is all 19, 1A, 19, 18, 17. Let me just look at these and make sure none of them are buffed. What I really should have what I have Claude build as another tab in here is a world view or maybe a region view so I can see what land blocks exist. That would be cool, but that's just a cool thing, not a I need it right at the moment. Let's see. So look for in land blocks where either settlement buffed or buff terrain type is not null. And then order by land block or just ID. Just ID. Okay, so these are the ones that are buffed, and none of them are anywhere close to us. Okay, cool. So, in theory now, if we are, this is 17, let's go 18, 19. All right, so if I go west, and I tell it to go generate this guy, none of these are buffed because they already exist. So we'll just do this just for the giggles, just to see what it looks like. I load this again. Wait, I didn't change, did I? Did this one get buffed? Wait, it does it at the time of subland block generation. So, right? Okay, so we still blew out water. So if we go look now in the database, so what we added last night was on terrain types, the default spawn percentage now of mountains. Wait, this is not right. That shouldn't be 0. I think I inadvertently changed that one. We're not going to see cliffs apparently. Mountains, water, ice, and desert and settlement were all dropped to 0 or near 0 for water, just because there's a chance you have a little pond. So the idea is before they all had a decent chance to spawn, and it was basically every single land block we generated had every single terrain type in it, and it just wasn't. It just like that's just a boring, bland world, right? So now what we're doing is we're saying, okay, you can have grass, you can have cliffs, you can have cave, stone, dirt, trees, hills, but we're going to, at a random interval based off of some settings we added. So we added settings here for minimum land block separation between buffed versions of this terrain type. We will randomly at intervals say, okay, there's a chance that we buff water. And by buffing water, what then happens is instead of it being a 0.01% or a 1% chance of spawning water in that land block, it turns into a 25% chance. So now you get what you just saw here with a lot more water. This is still wrong. But then this can last for, we have settings in here saying this can last for 3 consecutive land blocks. So a 3x3 radius of this land block, basically, at most. And then it has to stop, right? Then it tapers off. And then there has to be some period where you don't buff anything, and definitely not water, but nothing for a little bit. And then might get mountains, or you might get desert, or you might get ice. And so that's what we're doing. We're making it so that it's not like every land block looks like I think there was one that was, that's an okay one. Well, it looks like this one, for example. Like we have mountains, we have water, we have desert, and it's not enough desert for it to make sense. First off, but everything's going to look like this, and I don't want everything to look the same. So now they're going to look more like this by default. And the only reason there's a little bit of water here and here is because the block below it has some water above it. So it does have a taper effect where it'll let it spill into the next land block a little bit just to kind of make things look smooth transitions. But then you could get one little water bit, but you don't see any mountain. You see a couple desert. This was before I put it down to completely zero, so these won't normally be there. But it's just normal terrainish. Yeah, cohesion. Yeah, so it just looks like normal world terrain, and then you have spots where you get a lot more water or a lot more mountains, and you kind of get the range effects and stuff. So that's what we were going for with this change, was to kind of make it a little more realistic and not the same everywhere. Now I forget which one I just generated. This one? Nope. This one? There it is. So in theory, if I look at this land block now, it should say that it buffed water. I still am not happy with how much water it buffed. Or like, we'll go back to that in a second here, but there's something clearly wrong with it right now. From where? Well, we could just rerun this technically. Should have another one. Yeah, so we got another one. So yeah, so this is the one here that we just generated, and it shows that we did settlements buff independently of the other terrain types, because there's always a chance of a settlement. Doesn't have to, but it can also be in the same one that we buff. In this case, we buffed. It says we buffed A, which is not water. Why did water buff? That's the land block ID in the far left. It says it has a settlement and it's buffed, and then we buffed A, which is ice. Oh. So the other caveat is when you buff ice, you also buff water, because ice only exists with water. So you buff both if ice happens. But then you just have water, ice doesn't get buffed, it's just water. So what we should see here is we do have ice in a couple weird places, but that's okay. It didn't buff ice enough, I don't think. We're going to have to buff it up more when it does get buffed. But the problem here is the only land block that exists on either side on any of the four primary sides of this is on this right side here. And you can tell that it started building from the right over, because you've got these diagonals in here of when we ran out of max water land blocks. You look at the left here, we only allow 500 per land block, that's water. And we capped it out, so it stopped generating when it got to this V here. And that's fine that it's a V, that's how it's supposed to generate, but it's not fine that we capped water out that easily. So that just means we're either putting too much water, or we need to be able to put more water. I feel like we need to reduce the spawn percentage on water, probably, which means we probably need to do it on all of them. Leave it at the 500 cap. Increase ice, because that needs to be increased. And then regenerate it. Now, what I think if I regenerate, it's going to re-roll the buffs. We may not get the same buff. We'll see. But we definitely need to tweak these a little bit. So we come back over here. Water. I think we take this down to 15% on these instead of 25. Ice needs to go up. We'll need to make it like at least double, because it best spawns around water, but it could technically just be an entirely frozen lake, for example. So that's fine, but we need more of it. And then this will take down to probably 15 as well. Okay, so we'll reduce those and we'll leave the max per as is. So we need to restart our worker, get a new cache. And then in theory, we'll see if this thing regenerates with the same properties. I don't know if it will. I don't remember how I told it to do that. Okay, so it's stuck with water and it looks no different. Did it actually regenerate? Hmm. Is there more ice? Maybe. Oh, so there were more. There's more up here now. Okay. It's still not enough, in my opinion. Like if we're buffing ice, we need to see ice. That's still it's still very minimal. I don't. Something's still weird then, because I cut the chances of water way down, and it doesn't look any very much different at all. Alf, come here. Getting upset at cars again. This feels way too much. Because if I go back to, no, got too many tabs open now. Get the migration we did on definitions. This guy. This is what they originally were. And we're that or lower now. So the way it's set up is if I come here and I say regenerate, it will, and I have a seed pin. Normally the seed isn't a thing. Like in normal course of business, when the game's running, seeds won't be used. But so I can compare before and after. If I can provide a seed so that the random number generators generate the same numbers. And the only thing that changes are the formulas based off of those percentages. So it should regenerate to something different. So if I change this to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 instead and said generate, and then I give it a couple seconds, this should look completely different or not. Just squeeze me. I have the right land block loaded here, right? This guy. Load. Yeah. Generate. Something's not working right. It should only take about 5 seconds at most to generate, and it doesn't look any different. What is going on? So we can look and see if it's trying to regenerate it. We can look in the sub land blocks for that land block ID. And there will be a date time that this was generated, 19. It's not regenerating them. That's 12 minutes old. So something is not regenerating them for some reason. That used to work. So something broke. What did we change that would have done that? So that would be in. What am I looking here? This guy is a sub land block generator. That's just passing that stuff in. This is the actual building of it, but maybe it's not persisting it. Or hang on, just random idea. No, there's 2601. That's the exact number we should have. I was thinking maybe it was not deleting the old ones and overwriting them, but that's not it. I could just ask Claude to tell me, hey, why did this stop working? I feel like it would find it pretty quickly, but I'd like to figure it out on my own. What we really need to do is come back up to where is the main? Is it just this generate method? I think it's just this generate method. Yeah. Come here. And this is after. This is a subland block async. And this is called after we generate the land block. So this is the task that's starting when we generate it. So I guess I don't know that there's a timestamp on the land block that's going to change. This is just me being anal about naming things. Oh, it's not that. It's just ID. Squeeze me. Is this case sensitive? Let's find out. Oh. It very much does not like that. There we go. So is there a date on here? 1657. That's the original create date as of many weeks ago. So it's not changing that. We could also look at in the scheduler tables. Is it job details? No. No, we put those in world land block generation requests. No, these are probably not in order that I care about. Well, maybe they are. Oh, hey, we're logging the error. It is saying we got logs, yeah. that's one thing I was like, I need, if something fails, I need to know what the error is. So that's why that's here. We got logs. So violates the restrict setting of foreign key constraint, subland block ID on table settlements. Oh. It is okay. So when we regenerate, we are not clearing out the settlements in nope, this table for that land block. So we had generated one. What are we, I don't know what's the ID we're on now? 1819. I don't see that one in here. if it thinks it has one, well, there's a constraint saying that you can't have a settlement in here for the same subland block ID twice because we're only allowing one each. And it would have been this one, I guess. That's not the land block. What doesn't make sense is the land block ID for the one that we're on is not listed here. Let me look at that error again. Violates restrict setting of foreign key constraint on settlement subland blocks subland block ID on table settlements. On table, so update or delete on table O. Is this data wrong in the settlements table? Because this land block ID should be where that subland block ID, but I'm guessing it's not what it is. Advanced copy as, oh, you don't have the copy as in. Boo. So let's go in here. The land. Bring this down. Can't see what I'm typing. Select star from subland blocks. Nope. Man. Subland blocks where subland block or ID is in. I do a little format in here. Nope. Up here. That's not the land block I'm in. None of those are in the land block I'm in. So what is it deleting? That doesn't make sense. So this is accurate. So now I don't know why this is failing. The foreign key constraint, foreign key settlement, subland block idea. So if we look at this and we look at our foreign keys, this. So this is saying the land block ID is not null and it's associated to the land blocks table. Delete rule cascade. So if I delete the land block ID, it's going to delete these, and that's fine. Why does it have anything to do with settlements? On tables, does the same foreign key exist on the here? Here, this one. This is what it's talking about now. Foreign key constraint on settlements. Foreign key is a subland block ID, which references the ID in subland blocks. On delete, restrict. None of those subland block IDs should be getting deleted. So I am very confused on why it thinks it needs to delete them. Because this is explicitly saying regenerate. That's our region ID. Where is... Wait. Oh, region, and this is the coordinates in that region. So we're trying to regenerate. Let's just make sure we're looking at the right one. Region, start region 2425 is the XY. Is that what we were regenerating over here? 2425. So when it goes to look this up, it should find the one that we're in right now. So I'm very confused. All right, let's just let Claude do it. When I try and regenerate, I need to get the land block ID. Land block ID, blah. I get the following error in the job log, or in the task logs. Interesting. Didn't know that was a thing. We might have to turn that on. And land block ID we're trying to do is this guy. Do your thing, Claude. Diagnose. One of the few things I like you for is diagnosing weird stuff. It's really good at taking hundreds of crash dumps from SQL and telling you why you are having crashes in procs. Very good at doing that. Much better than a human going through crash dumps from .NET. There's just so much crap in them. Yep. But see, that doesn't make sense. Like, that's exactly what we're not, though. The land block in question, unless I'm missing something here, this is everything in that table. Wait, never mind. It's not everything in that table. That was an old version of it. There is a land block in there. Ah, okay. That was generated 25 minutes ago. Son of a crap. Okay, well, there's our answer. We were chasing. We knew what we were supposed to chase. It just wasn't showing in there because I didn't realize this tab was already open, so I didn't refresh it. Oh well. At least it makes sense now. And that was my theory. I was like, okay, if we regenerate a land block, then this has to get cleared out. And yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going on, but the data didn't point to it. We'll fix the crap and we'll be good. So it's going to redo it for me. So now, so what you were saying is this looked different. You were hallucinating just as much as I was. It's the exact same. It was not getting regenerated at all. So, the joys of programming. Where'd you go, Claude? Hurry up. Oh, I know it was wrong. I just didn't see the data there. All right, so I spent more tokens on that than I needed to spend. Oh well. So if we come back here now, it would have regenerated it. So it's gonna be it's just gone. It did not generate a settlement that time. Okay. So let's just reload it and see what it looks like. And okay, so the buff is at time of subland block generation. So when I regenerate, I don't necessarily get the same buff. That's going to be annoying for testing. In real life, it doesn't matter because I will not be regenerating land blocks in real life. But for testing, it's a pain in the ass. Hmm. I wonder if I should add in here a toggle to like keep existing land block settings, aka buffs. That's what also there right now. Maybe it's just keep existing buffs. Because settlement may or may not be created, and that's fine. I'm not that doesn't have to happen. But I think the buff decision should stay. And actually, I should just make that the default for admin override. And I think if I want them to go away, I'll just go manually change the database to make it go away. I don't need to keep it there. So yeah, so I'll just say if I'm admin override, keep the existing buffs. Can you also update the admin override to keep the existing settlement? And it called this element buff, but whatever. Settlement and is it actually called element buff or did it call it terrain type buff? I forget. It called it and blocks buff terrain type. Okay. Settlement and terrain type buff settings on the land block. So I can test changes to the weights and whatnot. Do it. Doggy finally got into a sleeping spot for an hour. 3 hours into the stream, and we finally got him asleep. Because then I can go back. I can just go to another land block and get it to regenerate. Oh yeah, so tomorrow, let's see. Let me check status of some. Oh, come on. Over the other monitor. Thank you. So tomorrow will definitely be a late start, but it could also be a rocket launch instead if SpaceX tests Starship. If weather permits, there's a tropical storm in the Gulf of Mexico, or Gulf of America, whatever you want to call it. If that doesn't block it, that might happen tomorrow. So we might be streaming that instead of coding, but it's definitely gonna be late because I got to do stuff. That's probably gonna take me till 6-ish Eastern time to get back. So, but yeah, hopefully that thing doesn't it doesn't take me later than that to get home. But either way, we'll either do a rocket launch or we'll do more of this stuff. So 2 a.m. huh? So that puts you, God, you're a lot of hours ahead of me. You are 6 hours ahead of me. Um. So yeah, but yeah, we'll be back a little bit later start, but we'll be back tomorrow night for something. So cool. Have a good evening, good sleep, and we'll talk to you later. All right. Did it redeploy everything? Did it actually redeploy everything? Man, rebuilt. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So now, cool. There you go. Being up late, don't have to be up for work. Lucky you. Lucky you in a way. Medical leave doesn't always the greatest reason not to have to go to work, but We will talk to you next time. Take it easy. Right. So now if we do a different subland block, we'll go to another one. This does not have anything, so we'll generate this guy from scratch. 5. Now it should have stuff. Let's see if it gets a buff. It'll probably get a buff. There's a good chance of getting a buff. I might have not loaded it and rebuilt the other one by accident. There we go. It did not get a buff. It's just a bunch of grass. All right. One more shot, and then we're just going to force it to happen. I got a lot of land blocks to pick from, but we'll just have to force it here eventually. Those look identical. How is that? Oh, they're not exactly identical. They're very close because this one has nothing but the right side. So this side has a little bit of difference here, trying to match up with the previous block. And then this one is different, trying to match up with that block. So, but because the seeds are identical, the rest of the train is almost identical. That's crazy. Okay. That's why I don't want to use seeds in the normal course of business. I want it to be totally random. Um, so yeah, I think. Oh wait, did this one get a buff for water? This might have gotten a buff for water now. Because I think I accidentally regenerated it. Did that get a buff? Let's see. Here. That's this one, right? It did. It got a buff for water. Cool. I might have been loading the wrong land block then. Okay. So that got a buff for water. This one ended up not getting a buff for anything. So now that looks better. We just have no. Well, I got a buff for water, so no ice. So, but it did not run out of water this time. It was well under, so that's good. So now we can play with this stuff. So what I'm going to do though is I want it to be ice, which is A. Save. And then we're going to take this guy. Load. Regenerate it now with ice. So it's going to be different now, but we should have ice. Nice, 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 nice. Beautiful. That's glorious. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I'm happy with that. That looks good. Use up a little more water, but that's fine. What we want. Didn't use up all the ice, but we have a lot more of it now. It's very clear where it's at. I think the ice could be. I think we have it set on the ice to not allow as many surrounding types max, and I think we might want to change that because I feel like there shouldn't be ice water, ice water. That looks like a checkerboard. I don't like that. And even down here, it's a checkerboard. I think we can allow more. Must be only allowing like 1 or 2 max. Ice is this guy. So max, yeah, max surrounding is only 3. That should just be the same as water, I think. And I almost think it could be 8 instead of 7 for both of those. There's no reason to have all this weirdness just because we don't want 8. Because we do, what is this? Hills, trees, and grass are 8. Cliff I can get, mountain I can get. Water, desert, and ice I think can be 8 as well. Stone I think is valid. Dirt I think is valid. I don't want it to be huge swaths of dirt. Let's try that. Let's do water 8. The problem with water 8 is then you might just get big blobs and not these little wispy bits. We'll see. We can always put it back. That's the key. Oh, save. And then restart our worker. And regenerate it again. I'm going to load it so the message goes away. Regenerate. Let's see what that turns out to be. Ooh, that's different. Do I like it more or less? The water is not as blobby as I thought it was going to be. That's kind of cool looking. It gets rid of the checkerboard effects that we were getting because we were saying, no, don't allow more than 7 connecting at once because then you would never get 8. And now you just have a little more. You still have the water doing its thing, but it's. I got like a little island in the middle of water and ice. Kind of neat. I'm not totally against that. Because it still has to fight against all the other terrain types. Like this little blob over here, it still had to fight against all this other stuff. So we didn't get close to maxing any of them out. Ice got close, but not terrible. I think we can. We need to reduce the ice because we bumped up ice pretty good on its buff percentage. Where was it? We made it 30 instead of 15, like water and stuff. Maybe we make it 20? It's a lot of ice. Drop it down to 20. Save. And regen. Load. Load. There we go. That's better. I like that better. There's still big chunks you can get, but it's not as much. We happen to get some ice in the middle here. These little completely frozen ponds, we can call them. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think that works. So now if we go over here to this one, let's go over to this guy and do a. I'm not going to regen it just yet. I want to change. I want to see what like just water looks like on one. Terrain type water. And regen. Load. Okay. That still looks good. You get some bigger water features now, but you still get some smaller bits, so that works. And we didn't max it out. I'm liking that. We got a little bit of ice carryover from the previous to the right here. So we had basically it keeps the buff, it tapers the buff off in the first 5 rows after first rows or columns, whatever it is. Oh, midnight there. You're officially the same age as me for a little bit longer. I kind of I figured you were saying good night, good luck, and Alf. I made some words up in my head to correct the sentence. See, you're getting old with me now. Words don't come out correctly anymore. I keep saying land black instead of block, and I don't know why. But yep. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday 6 minutes into your 5 minutes into your birthday. Hope you have a good as good of a birthday tomorrow or today now as you can with missing finger man and everything else going on. So well, that's right, you're 5 hours ahead of me. I was thinking 4. I was thinking UTC. My brain thinks UTC constantly all day, so it's hard to get out of it. Hour and 5 minutes. So happy hour and 5 minutes into your birthday. But hopefully missing tip of finger man and other things at least let you celebrate a little bit. Oh, you could stay in bed. You are your own independent person. you can you can make it happen. But yeah, cool. Have a good evening. Sleep well. We'll be here a little longer talking to ourselves. All right, so that's water. So I'm okay with that. Let's see on mountains. So let me get rid of some of the stuff now. We don't need all these anymore. And all these foreign keys and crap. We're good there. Don't need that open anymore. Don't need this open anymore. Or that one. Technically, I don't even need this one. We're doing all this in queries now. So for water and ice, we were 8s around there. Desert has about the same as water does. So it should look similar. What are the max counts that we put on those? I think they're the same as water. Yeah, they're 500. So mountains and desert should look about the same as water in theory. Now they have different adjacency thing requirements, so that may change stuff. But let's try them out here. So let's go to this. So that's 16. Do run that guy and set our terrain type on there to that. And get ourselves a regenerate. Give it a second. Any minute, maybe. We got a single desert block here. I did hit regenerate, did I not? Load. Force regenerate. you shouldn't get any desert because oh, wait, no, I don't have to restart the worker for that. Because by default, desert is a 0 chance. So it has to be assuming it's buffed. So it's got to be its adjacency data issue that we had before. So let's look at. We may just have to buff its percentages higher. This might be what we have to do, and that's fine. This thing and this guy. So desert only ever spawned on paths. And that was the problem. It had a decent chance against dirt and stone. So if we look at this map, what did it spawn by? Dirt and stone. That's why it spawned. So it needs just it needs a bump up. It needs a much larger buff for it to actually generate desert during its buff time. So instead of 15%, let's double that to 30. We'll start there and see what it looks like. And restart our worker. And load. Regenerate. And we got a few more bits here. It is not doing it enough. The key is that, like, if you look at water, there are plenty of places water can spawn. It has an equal chance of it spawning versus these things. Mountain has a couple, stone and cliffs, which I need to fix the cliff percentage because it's at 0 right now, and that's not right. Cliff was something else. What was cliff before? 25% chance. Yeah. And that was fine because cliff had some lower percentages in here that kind of reduced it. Let me fix that first. This should be 0.25 now instead. Oh, that's buffed. Hang on. 0. The wrong one. Over here. Cliff. Yeah, it went to 0 for some reason. It should not have been 0. 0.25. So we're going to do that. And then what I think we need to do, so when we go back and look at this chart, water has plenty to spawn on. Ice spawns off water, but because we get a bunch of water, ice then spawns just as well. So that works. I do. Ain't the greatest in the world. It was after stream last night, just wanting to go to bed, but it's at least representative of what we're working on and came out of Photoshop, and I can prove it wasn't AI. I'll prove it to you. Here we go. I know you don't need the proof, but just for the record. Completely legal, and not a sarcastic saying that, completely legal Photoshop thing. And here's the Photoshop file of me making it. So yeah, it's real. It's not AI. I didn't even use the AI tools in Photoshop to make any of it. So yeah, real thumbnail. So, and my plan was I'll probably change it over time as new things that are interesting to look at come out, right? Like the screenshot that's in it would change. Like instead of it just being this thing like it is now, we'll change it to as other things happen, right? Or have multiple, who knows? But so yeah. So we're trying to get our buffed terrain types working tonight. We're getting there. We got our water and ice. So we've got if we buff water, it looks decent now. If we buff ice, we get a bunch of ice and water like we expected to. We're working on desert now. The problem with desert, this is yellow stuff, is it has very low adjacency spawn percentages. in here, and path doesn't exist anymore. So this doesn't exist. So these 50% aren't high enough. So I'm going to either have to increase that or really buff its buff chance when it gets buffed, which that could work too. Um, so yeah, we're trying to figure that stuff out now. Mountain is probably not going to be as bad because it has a couple 100% chances, but it might also have a similar problem. It's got a couple 75% too. So desert's just hard to spawn on purpose. But I think I just need to, probably just gonna have to jack this up a lot on its spawn. So, okay, so we fixed our cliff to actually spawn again. And then deserts buff percentage instead of 30%. Let's just jack this up to like 60%. And see if that gets us more desert. So restart our worker. Come back in here. Load. Regenerate. Give it a couple seconds. Load. We're getting more. It ain't enough though. And why it's all on this edge, I don't know. That's very weird. Wait. I didn't put the buff on the wrong one, did I? Hang on. I might have put the buff on the wrong land block. It's entirely possible. And now I'm just blowing this thing out of the water. I did. Dag nabbit. All right, so hang on. That's what we did wrong. How do I make it null in this thing? Control N? No. Can't just deleting it completely makes it null. Okay. Save. So that would be why it's not. We're gonna have a lot of. I feel like we're gonna have a shit ton of desert. Pardon my French. On this land block when we regenerate it. All right, we put this in here now. Save it. Let's try this again. We're gonna have a lot of desert. I feel like it's gonna be exaggeratedly a lot. That's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Oh man, that's funny. We used a lot of our max of 500 though. That's more than we even do on the water one. Like water was 380 of 500 at its percentage. This is more than that. No, so this isn't even a game engine. What you're looking at here, all this is just data driven. So like this is a database. I can look at, like if I just look at this for example, all of those little blocks are defined in here for what they are, different properties on them. I have this that defines how I can spawn the different terrain types. And I have a big old algorithm inside the code in the .NET code that then generates this stuff. And I can tweak how things look by changing those numbers and everything in settings. So I built this generation in general many, many, many years ago, and I just had Claude move it into a better framework to work with. So now we're kind of tweaking the look and feel of it to make it more realistic. So like this would be your normal land block looking thing. We'll have chances of I'm calling it buffing the ability for ice and water to spawn, or just water to spawn, or in this case desert. I'm going to do mountains. Going to have the same thing because you don't want what was happening before was if I go to this and I go up, we were getting stuff like this where every type was on every single land block, and that was just bland, right? So, and it didn't make sense, like this tiny little piece of desert. So we're making it so this is your normal land block, and then there's a chance that it buffs for water and ice, or water or desert. And then we'll do mountain here in a second. But This is just representative of the data in the database. Like this is literally a color and a letter on that's being rendered in this .NET Windows Presentation Foundation uh, application. In the end, this will get translated into we're using Godot for our actual 2D game engine. So we'll go into this, not 3D because that's not what I want to do in this world. It'll be a 2D game engine. And this will then use the data that gets generated by the back end and display actual graphics. And this I will make myself without AI's help. I will make graphics that represent uh, desert and grass and hills and stuff, and that like transition and connect and look realistic. Right, like so you'll have it'll look more like an actual terrain, and not just colors and letters. Um, so this will eventually get translated into what you see in the actual game engine, along with a bunch of other stuff. All your UIs and mobs and inventory and all that stuff will happen inside of Godot. So that's going to be our game engine. Godot is completely 100% free. It's open source. It's your free equivalent of Unity or Unreal, those type of engines. So Unreal and Unity are way overkill, even if I wanted to pay for them for this, because I'm only doing 2D. I don't need all the 3D fancy uh, lighting effects and all that stuff. This is just going to be a 2D thing. So Godot is going to work perfectly for this. This is going to be our game engine when we get to it. I've gotten this little bit here simply because I was just testing networking between Godot and the APIs here, but that's going to be our game engine. This is just getting data to generate properly to then be able to feed it to the game engine and make it look decent. So that's what we're playing with here. We're playing with numbers tonight to make things generate correctly. Um, so like this is not horrible. I'm not in love with it for sure. I feel like that's maybe too big of a blob. So I'm no, let me just close that. I want to drop my percentage here from 60 to let's say 45%. And then let's see what that looks like. So now just by changing that one number, I can restart my worker to reload the data. I can come in here. I can load the land block and tell it to regenerate with the same seed. And then we'll see what going from 60% spawn chance buff to 45% does. So now if I reload it, there's less. There, it's still got this main big blob, but there's less of it now. So the other thing I could do is, I think I like the big blob because the desert doesn't do what water does. Like a water can feed between different types, be like a river or a long lake or whatever that is, right? A desert doesn't do that. A desert's a desert. That's big. So this isn't horrible. It's a little bit less. It's a little more in line in the number of out of 500 that I want it to be. So this works. So now we can come over to this guy, the next land block over. Initially, we'll just generate what it is. This is going to be completely from scratch, but what should happen is the right side of it should kind of taper desert off still, even though it's not buffed here. And it might actually buff desert again, because it's totally random what it does. It didn't, but it does taper off the desert coming in. So if we come over here, there's desert up on this part, and it tapers it off in that same area into this one. And now we're just a regular looking zone, regular looking land block with might be a little pond occasionally, not a lot of stuff. Um, so yeah, so that's what a normal zone will render as. But what I can do now is I can force this to say, well, let's buff mountains on this one. So if I take this mountain ID and I come over here and put 5 in there, go to that land block, and I change this value to mountain and save it and come back here And regenerate. We should get a bunch of mountains now. We don't, because my numbers are funky. So mountains also have some limited. I knew this was probably going to happen. Mountains, unlike water, which has a bunch of possible things to spawn against, mountains are similar to desert in that they don't have much. They only got a couple things that they go heavy against. Cliffs don't spawn all that often in general, so I wouldn't expect that to force mountains a lot. And stone has a lower percentage than other things as well. So we really just need to buff its overall buff when we want it to spawn. If we come in here again and look at mountain, and we say, all right, when we do buff the spawn chance, instead of 15%, let's go. It's got a little more than desert, so I think we can probably just not go to 45. Maybe try 30% first instead of 15. And restart our worker again. Because you look at this, the mountains, they spawn next to cliffs. So when we did have cliffs, we got some mountains out of it, but not much. Definitely got a bit there. You can see it spawning against stone more, which is what I would expect, but just not a lot. So we want more than that. So now if we come in here and regenerate again, give it a couple seconds. We got more mountains. We've improved our things. It's still not very rangy looking, but it's better. We're getting some more cliffs now too, because we have more mountains. Cliffs can spawn more. So it's better. Let's see. Maybe we do have to do 45 on this guy too. It's an experiment. Great thing about configurable, making this configurable, not hard coding, is I don't have to rebuild everything. I just got to restart and regenerate. Let's see what it does. And go queued. Give it a second. Let's see what 45% does. Lots more. That's getting more reasonable now. We're getting some ranges. And our cliffs aren't maxing out. That was one of my concerns, because in this guy here, cliffs, when you have mountains, that's one of the big ones that it can spawn against. I figured there was going to be more, and I wanted to make sure that we didn't hit our cap on cliffs, and we're not anywhere close. So we're good. But we have more, which is what I would expect when you're in a mountain range. You're going to have cliffs inside of your mountains. It's inevitable. So now we've got our taper off from our desert here into mountains. And then we go the other way. We got water here. There's not much taper off because there doesn't need to be. There's a little bit, there's a couple extra waters in there, but it doesn't touch much of that left edge the way it generated. And then the other direction, we've got our ice. When you buff ice, it buffs water as well, because ice spawns with water. So now we got big ice chunks on lakes, basically. Could be an ocean. It's more like a lake. We have a little bit of water touching here. So on this one, the taper off, we added some more water and a little bit of ice, and then it stopped. Same thing down here. Just the taper off is the first 5 columns or rows of that adjoining thing. Slowly decrease the buff just so it doesn't look like an abrupt stop. That's the idea there. So yeah, that's actually generating pretty darn good. And I'm pleasantly surprised with what I'm seeing. I'm happy. Once it's real graphics, it's going to look better. It's going to look a lot better. because my thought, and this is just a thought. I don't know implementation if there's a better way to do this. There probably is, and I will learn. I don't know anything about Godot and how it handles graphics and overlaying stuff and stuff like that, but I have ideas of what I want to do. Is my expectation is each one of these little blocks for now. Let's say this is one of those blocks. In the middle of that block, let's say it's grass. So in this bit of it, this is not going to fill, is it? No. Fill green. Middle of it, there'll be texture to this, but let's just say it didn't fill it in. What the crap? Rectangle. Fine. Fill it in. There we go. It works. There'll be texture in this eventually that make it look like grass and everything. Well, let's just imagine that there's texture in there. So this would be the bulk of the block, but then the four corners, and they're going to be kind of, I'm gonna draw a black line, but it's not actually going to be black in the end. How big is this? That's fine. They will diagonally go off like this. Rough paint. And then what I will do is, let's say above it is also grass. The subland block above it is also grass. I would then color in. I got that green somehow. Oh, did that literally change the color of that because I had it selected still? Huh. They've added a lot of features to paint that didn't used to be. I don't want it to be green. I want it black. There. Okay. Now I can change it to green, right? Yeah. So if the one above it is grass, then this block, this little section up here will have, I'm basically calling these like the transition slivers, the transition edges or something. This would be green. If to the left of it is stone, I would make it gray, or I would have a transition sliver that makes it look like grass transitioning to stone, right? If the bottom was also stone, that would be stone. If the right ended up being dirt, then I would make that, is there a brown? Yeah, there's a brown. I'd make it brown. That's not a very good brown, but whatever. So there would be, in between the blocks, there would be something that transitions them from one type to another. So it looks nice and smooth and natural, right? I don't know this is exactly how I do it. I feel like there's probably a better way in the world of 2D game graphics to do this, to merge them. But that's the idea. Is this would not look like jagged blocks. It would look very much more natural transitions and everything. So, but I'm happy with that. I think the buff system is now working. I don't know about overall. Like if I do this here and I tell it to generate, there's always a chance when you generate a new land block that it can be, well, in this case, it won't be because it doesn't exist yet. This case, it's just going to taper off the mountains a little bit here on the far right and then just be a normal land block at that point. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. But what will happen is, if I'm not in this tool and it's generating new land blocks, if it generated one that was buffed as mountains, there's a chance that up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 blocks around this also are mountains, and it kind of spans a little bit, and then it forces it to stop just so it's not going on forever. That was the whole system that we put in place tonight, was getting that buffing of the system to work. So yeah, I'm happy. It looks good. It is functioning as I'd want it to. I'm sure when we start playing with it more, and one view that I'll eventually get is a bigger bigger world view or region view maybe that shows them in general, we'll see patterns that we want to fix. But I think the guts are good. It's just a matter of tweaking these numbers to look good as we see if anything weird happens over time. But I think it's pretty good. And there's more to this that we got to fill in still, based for the actual game systems. But for the generating the look of the world, I think it's pretty good. I think we're pretty good. Um, cool. Is there anything else I need to do? Let's go look at our notes. Stop this so I can get my file explorer back here easily without going crazy on it. So our to-do list today was doing this bit. Settlement stuff is also part of that. So there's a separate flag in the database that I can say on the land block, buff a settlement happening. Normally a settlement on the terrain types is set to a chance. Well, that's not settlement anymore, is it? No, it is. The base spawn chance is 0 as well. So desert, ice, mountain, and settlement are 0. Water is a 1% chance. So you can get little ponds or something occasionally, but not a ton. But then those are the ones that get buffed up to these percentages. At different intervals, just so that we don't have settlements in every single land block and we don't have mountains in every single land block. Settlements will be spaced out, mountains and water and big ice and big corpo. Those all those guys are spread out in a way. I'm starting to think that I don't let players establish settlements, because the problem that I'm starting to see is if I let that happen, I have to then go change properties of all the subland blocks around those. And if somebody's in there, it's going to be very weird that it just instantly changes underneath them or stuff stops spawning there. I don't want that to happen. I don't want the world to change like that. So I think that's going to be something that we're going to pull out, because we already experienced it a little bit here in that if a land block does get a settlement on it, there's a chance, I should open that program back up, but there's a chance that it spawns close enough to the side of that land block that there's another land block next to it that has sub land blocks that are nowhere near a settlement that technically should be changed to I am closer to a settlement now. But the good thing is the way we've got it set up is even if a settlement spawns here, which it didn't in this case, we have a setting now on settlements that says don't spawn it any closer than 10 away from the edge. So our rule is we track settlements up to 25 away, 25 subland blocks away from it. But if it spawns right next to the edge here, for example, these land blocks and the one next to it didn't expect there to be a settlement there. And they're just expecting to be max distance from it. Well, now they're not anymore. But because we have this buffer of 10 away, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, so just on the other side of this cave here, this would be the closest it can spawn. While it's not 25, it's also not right next to it. So I think it's okay that there can be some variability, that it's not always 25 away. And it probably is actually a good thing that adds some randomization to, you don't always have to go 25 away to get something that only spawns 25 away from a settlement. It might be a little bit closer. It could be up to closer as 10 because of that rule. So I think that actually makes the world a little less uh, absolute. Like it's always going to be 25 away from a settlement before you see it. Nope, not necessarily. It could be closer, but not too close, right? There's the not too close side that is prevented by this setting here. So, um, and I think that's in our game design. So we're going to have to change that. It might also be in the parking lot, and we don't actually do it, but we are going to look. So I would say now we have finished this and this and this. The only thing left here, this isn't going to happen in this part. I'm not doing that. That's not even what we would do anyway, because it's not land block XY. It's going to be world land block XY, or it might in like a region or something as well, because this isn't going to be the global XY. So there's got to be a region in there too. So but this doesn't even need to exist yet. This will happen when we start getting into phase 4, because we're going to start making the API, the client API side of things. I don't even want to bother with that here. This is good. That's done. So the only thing left here is this in-memory cache. I'm also not sure that I care to do that right now. I feel like that needs to go into this bit when we do the API. Let's do this. Let's move these down here. Nope, I didn't do Control A. I do Control S. We've done this already. So that means phase 2 is done. We are moving into populating world next, which is awesome. So I think that's done. Now let's just check all the documentation and see. So let's first search this settlement. Where NPC. We've already actually kind of done this. We can mark that off. It's not even, that was part of this thing. Let's just move it up here then, because we did that. So this all, well, let's just leave it there. It's already done. We kind of did a little overlap, whatever. Where else do we have anything here that says player settlements? It's not, this won't be a prereq for settlement building tools, architect, place stations, plan rows, design layouts. That's still valid, because you can change your settlement stuff. Okay. Not really a prereq for settlements, but I guess it kind of is. The skill is a prereq for doing this, the building tool stuff. So that makes sense. Okay, so we don't mention anything here about player placed settlements. Let's look in here. This is still phase 3. Yeah, so this is more accurate than what the other one says. But this isn't changing. The implementation plan isn't what we're updating. We're just kind of, we added this a while ago, but this is just a high level thing. Well, let's see if we mention anything about settlements in here. This is very much mimicking the to-do list. Okay. Now this GDD might have stuff in there. Let's see. Design buildings, plan settlement layouts, da da da. That's fine. This is what we will put in just the description of the land block, not the actual, or the subland block, not the actual subland block being a path. Because a path is not a half a kilometer or a kilometer wide. That's called a parking lot. So that's okay. NPCs and settlements and occasionally in the wild, that's fine. Location of settlement affects what's around it, not what it can provide. Yeah, that's true. That's fine. That's just a risk. Okay. So nothing in there. Huh. This is going to be a lot, but that's fine. I just want to look at the. What? Which settlements are active? Oh, I see. So for how many players settlements are active, being how many players are in the settlement. Okay, that's fine. Okay. No, this is the place. Settlements. Player found locations of service hubs for service in the world. Export. Yeah, I mean it's not player founded anymore, but it's the same idea. We'll just take this out. That's the only difference there. It's going to be generated by the world now, not by players. Lots of stuff about settlements in here. Okay. Settlement storage containers. Include SS with settlement context. Oh, settlement store is what that stands for. Okay. Yeah, this is part of the export. That's fine. Settlement pool table. This is the GDD. We've already looked at that one. Implementation we've looked at. And this is all schema, sketches, initial schema, server. That's our to do. Okay. I know we talked about it, and it was listed in that one spot in 180R, but none of that's it. So okay, yeah. So no player decided locations for settlements. It's all going to be generated by the world. It just overly complicates it if we let them do it. I'm even like roads are even a thing that are a little harder, but it's just a property on the subland block, so it's easy. It doesn't really affect anything else about it, the fact except for the fact that something was built that allows you to go faster through that subland block. That's all it is. So, um, so that's okay. So yeah, I think that covers that bit. I don't see anything else that we're missing for this. I think we can literally close out this phase tonight and move on to other stuff next time. Um, Yeah. Okay. I have updated. Well, before I do that, let's also look in because if I tell it I've done everything, and then I look at the issues in GitHub for phase two, and I haven't done everything, then that's a problem. So issues order by oldest. So phase two, phase two, phase two, phase two. All right. All right. Oh, we haven't done everything then. It wants me to actually build a tool to do the import export. And to stay true to what I want to do with it being exportable, I should do this. So we might need to do this first, actually. Because it's just going to be a tool. The way I see it for the world expert, that's not something I want people doing on demand. Characters are one thing. Like that's a small enough file to say, okay, give me a second. It's queued up and you'll see on your account when it's ready and then you can click it and download it. That's fine. The world is going to be massive. And that's something that I would do on some cadence if it gets to the point of me doing that. Um, rather than it being on demand because that would be a very heavy load to pull all that data out. So this we need to do still. So that's a phase two. So let me go that for some reason that did not make it into the to do, which is weird. Um, just open the file. Open. There we go. Make tool that exports world data for the extraction, not the world map, for private servers based off and imported into a private server. The export should include all the land blocks, and go for it. Perfect. Good job, AI, for finishing that sentence for me. So back to our. That one still got to get done. But the rest of these should be done. So travel time calculation per terrain. This is really phase three, a lot of this. What are you doing, Alf? You're weird. We've done some of those, but some of this falls into phase three, which is weird to me because that's like this. It's not all built out. I can't do this until phase. This is 4A. Are these to-do lists out of whack? Mob NPC settlement. Mob NPC and settlement. Okay. Okay, so it's really in phase 4A that travel really happens. So we're going to update this guy. Edit. Dog. All of this is, so this is, all he wants to do is go yell at the kids outside. um, all this is not like this is really like travel time scaffolding is what this is. I don't know how to spell scaffolding. Scaffolding. Didn't underline it. Let's put it down here and make sure that I spell it right. Yep. Okay. So that's scaffolding. So this is these two for sure. No. No. That's what's going to happen in here. How do you go to the computer from the top of my screen? What's going on? Weird. The travel duration calculated is not, this one is where we do that. Equipment. I'm going to reorder this a little bit. I knew this was going to happen. I knew we were going to have weird things that we just needed to put in other places as we got into it more. That directional passability check for computing travel time. Yeah. It really just belongs here. So if that what's in the to do? Yeah, I mean that's all in here. Yeah, that's fine. The implementation plan might need to get tweaked as well then, actually. So to do, that's our GDD. Close all other tabs. Look at this really quick. So that's there. No. Now let's just do this. That is going to go down to here. Like, really can't do that now. There's too much missing to be able to do that. That's really its own dedicated section. So I think that fixes those, and that fixes these guys. And it makes it so that this is the scaffolding is in place. And that's it. Save that. Kind of makes us kind of meh as a issue or whatever. All right, so that'll be good. Each line box generates a fixed grid. Terrain type. No. That's going to be is part of the game. So let's edit. It has temperature and weather and travel time multiple. It has all that. Transparent. Yep. Nope. Nope. I'll derive from terrain type. We do have that a little bit. Yeah. No. That's not true because that's bad practice. Okay, so we'll save that. We got to keep these up to date for what we did. Edit. No. This does actually generate. This does actually work, I think. I know I can force them to happen. This is actually that needs to go in the other one for travel. No, not that one. This one. Because until we do traveling around, right now we've just built it generates stuff. Haven't really done traveling around. This isn't accurate. No seed storage is accurate though. Okay. I'm gonna go with that. So that'll actually get our phase 2 done. Except for this. We still have to do this guy, the portability bit. That's fine. That shouldn't take long. That'll be next time, but or this weekend or whatever that is. This will just be a do it, Claude, make the tool. It's not something that's going to get shipped. I just need it to exist. So, okay, so we should be able to close out every 17, 18, 19. I've updated some of the documentation, to-do list, implementation plan, and issues in GitHub. Now that we have a clearer picture of what other things need to exist to really do travel time correctly. Some of the scaffolding is in place and the rest will come later. So we've finished everything in phase 2, including issues, was it 17, 18, 19? Yeah, 17 through 19 in GitHub, but still need to make the tool for world extraction JSON. So let's get what we have here committed, associated to those 3 work items. Not work items, that's DevOps. Issues. To close them. And then we'll move to the tool later. Do it. Doggo just farted. He's trying to tell me it's time for bed. What a dick. Do my process for me. Follow all my PR rules. Make my description. Associate the issues. Close them. Let's do it. I should ask you if there's any documents that I missed to update just to make sure, but I think we're probably good. I'll do it anyway. Double check me. I bet you it's going to see in the parking lot section something about the buffing that's actually done now. Forgot about that. I think we put that in there as an idea, but we didn't know we were going to need it or not yet. The world train export markdown is definitely going to have to get updated. 100%. We've added a lot of columns. Uh, let's see here. Missing ADR for anytime an architectural design decision is train buffing systems design is a real architectural decision. It is, yeah. GUI generation policy, yes, I agree. Current build phase section is now stale. It still doesn't mention the buff system or the. Okay. Parking lot. We could reduce some of the less normal train. Yeah, and that's done. GDD current build focus has phase one, which looks, yeah, for sure. And the train export doesn't have all the buffs. Yes, let's update all of that. Do it for me. And then we'll commit it, and then it'll be done for the evening. Good stopping point. Nice clean spot. Clean one thing to do next time before we move into other stuff. And I'll probably do that offline anyway, if I'm depending on what the rocket launch does tomorrow, if it gets off or not. They say significant watch item for launch is weather, so that's going to be the big question mark. Because I think they're ready otherwise. Let's see. That will go in. Yeah, they've got the ship stacked on the booster. They are ready to roll. We might be doing that tomorrow night instead of coding. We'll see. Just depends on the weather. Probably 40 or 50% chance of no-go just because of that tropical storm. Might drag some thunderstorms into the launch site. Will be a late start tomorrow. We'll start probably around 6-ish. Depends on traffic. Got to drive the other side of the city and back, and traffic sucks balls. So during rush hour as well. So we'll see. We will try. Try to get back by then. Close my wonderful drawing here. No. Why would I want you to leave number 4 because it predates this session? Just because it predates the session. No, it's wrong. Fix it. You are a single entity, Claude. You have context of all of my sessions. It is your fault if I miss any of this stuff. Okay, so it did the 2 ADRs, it's doing the Claude update, updating the GDD now. Train export should be a quick one. Do. Want to get this PR in. We got 3 train buffing system. We've got the database generated IDs. Oh, and added a retry one. I may have just skimmed over that, but yeah. The world train export's been modified to include those guys now. It's really the only change that was made. They're all committed, so I can't see the changes anymore. Have to look at the commit list. We look at this pair. And so added those in there. It put them in the examples. Terrain type stuff. Okay. And then the Claude file, it current build phase, it fixed stuff, added what we did. Remaining is that. That's it. Goot. And the GDD. It just updated this focus. Okay. And you say we are ready. Is it all in the PR? This was a long one. Files changed. Okay, so got all that stuff in there. To do decisions. All this stuff. Cool. All right. So we go back. And merge it. Delete that branch. Over to main. To the pool. That's got all that stuff in there. Let me delete the local here. And because it never updates, delete it here. Okay. There we go. So we did a lot on that PR. So the last time we committed was here. So that PR did quite a bit. Actually, not that many files, to be fair. Bunch of documentation, but these aren't very massive. These are pretty small. That's the bulk of them. So, but there were some significant changes. We got some good land generation going now. So I think we are in a good spot. So cool. All right. Well, that is going to do it for me tonight. We will be back a little late tomorrow for a shorter stream. Or however long the launch takes if it actually happens. And then we'll go from there. So thank you all for tuning in. And we will see you next time. Talk to you later. Bye for now.